Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us into the heart of two ancient Celtic tales, stories of mystery, deception, and the hidden magic that lingers in the world. In these stories, we meet a figure of strange appearance and even stranger power, whose true nature is shrouded in riddles and trickery. Meanwhile, a journey into a secret cave reveals an enchantment that blurs the line between the seen and the unseen, testing the courage and wisdom of those who dare to enter. These are tales of cunning and transformation, where nothing is as it seems, and fate is woven by unseen hands. Before we begin, my friend, like and subscribe, so you'll always be ready for your next sleepy quest. It helps my tales reach more wanderers who seek a touch of magic in their dreams. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The Carl of the Drab Coat. One day something happened to Fune, the son of Whale. That is, he departed from the world of men and was set wandering in great distress of mind through Faerie. He had days and nights there and adventures there, and was able to bring back the memory of these. That, by itself, is wonderful, for there are few people who remember that they have been to Faerie, or aught of all that happened to them in that state. In truth, we do not go to Faerie, we become Faerie, and in the beating of a pulse we may live for a year or 1,000 years. But when we return, the memory is quickly clouded, and we seem to have had a dream or seen a vision, although we have verily been in Faerie. It was wonderful then that Fune should have remembered all that happened to him in that wide-spun moment. But in this tale, there is yet more to marvel at. For not only did Fune go to Faerie, but the great army which he had marshalled to Ben Eder, the Hill of Hoth, were translated also, and neither he nor they were aware that they had departed from the world until they came back to it. 14 battles, 7 of the reserve and 7 of the regular Fianna, had been taken by the chief on a great march and maneuver. When they reached Ben Eder, it was decided to pitch camp so that the troops might rest in view of the warlike plan which Fune had imagined for the morrow. The camp was chosen, and each squadron and company of the host were lodged into an appropriate place, so there was no overcrowding and no halt or interruption of the march. For where a company halted, that was its place of rest, and in that place it hindered no other company, and was at its own ease. When this was accomplished, the leaders of battalions gathered on a level, grassy plateau overlooking the sea, where a consultation began as to the next day's maneuvers, and during this discussion, they looked often on the wide water that lay wrinkling and twinkling below them. A roomy ship under great press of sail was bearing on Ben Eder from the east. Now and again, in a lull of the discussion, a champion would look and remark on the hurrying vessel, and it may have been during one of these moments that the adventure happened to Fune and the Fianna. "I wonder where that ship comes from," said Conan idly. But no person could surmise anything about it beyond that it was a vessel well equipped for war. As the ship drew by the shore, the watchers observed a tall man swing from the side by means of his spear shafts, and in a little while this gentleman was announced to Fune and was brought into his presence. A sturdy, bellicose, forthright personage he was indeed. He was equipped in a wonderful solidity of armour, with a hard, carven helmet on his head, a splendid red-bossed shield swinging on his shoulder, a wide-grooved straight sword clashing along his thigh. On his shoulders, under the shield, he carried a splendid scarlet mantle. Over his breast was a great brooch of burnt gold, and in his fist he gripped a pair of thick-shafted, unburnished spears. Fune and the champions looked on this gentleman, and they admired exceedingly his bearing and equipment. "Of what blood are you, young gentleman?" Fune demanded. "And from which of the four corners of the world do you come?" "My name is Kale of the Iron," the stranger answered, "and I am son to the king of Thessaly." "What errand has brought you here?" "I do not go on errands," the man replied sternly, "but on the affairs that please me." "Be it so. What is the pleasing affair which brings you to this land?" "Since I left my own country, I have not gone from a land or an island until it paid tribute to me and acknowledged my lordship." "And you have come to this realm," cried Fune, doubting his ears. "For tribute and sovereignty," growled that other, and he struck the haft of his spear violently on the ground. "By my hand," said Conan, "we have never heard of a warrior, however great, but his peer was found in Ireland, and the funeral songs of all such have been chanted by the women of this land." "By my hand and word," said the harsh stranger, "your talk makes me think of a small boy, or of an idiot." "Take heed, sir," said Fune, "for the champions and great dragons of the gale are standing by you, and around us there are 14 battles of the Fianna of Ireland. If all the Fianna who have died in the last 7 years were added to all that are now here," the stranger asserted, "I would treat all of these and those grievously, and would curtail their limbs and their lives." "It is no small boast," Conan murmured, staring at him. "It is no boast at all," said Kale, "and, to show my quality and standing, I will propose a deed to you." "Give out your deed," Fune commanded. "Thus," said Kale with cold savagery, "if you can find a man among your 14 battalions who can outrun or out-wrestle or out-fight me, I will take myself off to my own country and will trouble you no more." And so harshly did he speak, and with such a belligerent eye did he stare, that dismay began to seize on the champions, and even Fune felt that his breath had halted. "It is spoken like a hero," he admitted after a moment, "and if you cannot be matched on those terms, it will not be from a dearth of applicants." "In running alone," Fune continued thoughtfully, "we have a notable champion, Celt mac Ronan." "This son of Ronan will not long be notable," the stranger asserted. "He can outstrip the red deer," said Conan. "He can outrun the wind," cried Fune. "He will not be asked to outrun the red deer or the wind," the stranger sneered. "He will be asked to outrun me," he thundered. "Produce this runner, and we shall discover if he keeps as great heart in his feet as he has made you think." "He's not with us," Conan lamented. "These notable warriors are never with us when the call is made," said the grim stranger. "By my hand," cried Fune, "he shall be here in no great time, for I will fetch him myself." "Be it so," said Kale. "And during my absence," Fune continued, "I leave this as a compact, that you make friends with the Fianna here present, and that you observe all the conditions and ceremonies of friendship." Kale agreed to that. "I will not hurt any of these people until you return," he said. Fune then set out towards Tara of the Kings, for he thought Celt mac Romin would surely be there. "And if he is not there," said the champion to himself, "then I shall find him at Kesh Coran of the Fianna." He had not gone a great distance from Benedere when he came to an intricate, gloomy wood, where the trees grew so thickly and the undergrowth was such a sprout and tangle that one could scarcely pass through it. He remembered that a path had once been hacked through the wood, and he sought for this. It was a deeply scooped, hollow way, and it ran or wriggled through the entire length of the wood. Into this gloomy drain, Fune descended and made progress. But when he had penetrated deeply in the dank forest, he heard a sound of thumping and squelching footsteps, and he saw coming towards him a horrible, evil-visaged being. A wild, monstrous, yellow-skinned, big-boned giant, dressed in nothing but an ill-made, mud-plastered, drab-coloured coat, which swaggled and clapped against the calves of his big, bare legs. On his stamping feet, there were great brogues of boots that were shaped like, but were bigger than, a boat, and each time he put a foot down, it squashed and squirted a barrelful of mud from the sunk road. Fune had never seen the like of this vast person, and he stood gazing on him, lost in a stare of astonishment. The great man saluted him. "All alone, Fune," he cried. "How does it happen that not one Fenian of the Fianna is at the side of his captain?" At this inquiry, Fune got back his wits. "That is too long a story, and it is too intricate and pressing to be told. Also, I have no time to spare now." "Yet tell it now," the monstrous man insisted. Fune, thus pressed, told of the coming of Cale of the Iron, of the challenge the latter had issued, and that he, Fune, was off to Tara of the Kings to find Celtic Ronan. "I know that foreigner well," the big man commented. "Is he the champion he makes himself out to be?" Fune inquired. "He can do twice as much as he said he would do," the monster replied. "He won't outrun Celtic Ronan," Fune asserted. The big man jeered. "Say that he won't outrun a hedgehog, dear heart. This Kel will end the course by the time your Kelter begins to think of starting." "Then," said Fune, "I no longer know where to turn, or how to protect the honor of Ireland." "I know how to do these things," the other man commented with a slow nod of the head. "If you do," Fune pleaded, "tell it to me upon your honor." "I will do that," the man replied. "Do not look any further for the rusty-kneed, slow-trotting son of Ronan," he continued, "but ask me to run your race, and by this hand I will be first at the post." At this the chief began to laugh. "My good friend, you have work enough to carry the 2 tons of mud that are plastered on each of your coattails, to say nothing of your weighty boots." "By my hand," the man cried, "there is no person in Ireland but myself can win that race. I claim a chance." Fune agreed then. "Be it so," said he. "And now, tell me your name." "I am known as the Carl of the Drab Coat." "All names are names," Fune responded, "and that also is a name." They returned then to Ben-Adair. When they came among the host, the men of Ireland gathered about the vast stranger, and there were some who hid their faces in their mantles so that they should not be seen to laugh, and there were some who rolled along the ground in merriment, and there were others who could only hold their mouths open and crook their knees and hang their arms and stare dumbfoundedly upon the stranger, as though they were utterly dazed. Cale of the Iron came also on the scene, and he examined the stranger with close and particular attention. "What in the name of the devil is this thing?" he asked of Fune. "Dear heart," said Fune, "this is the champion I am putting against you in the race." Cale of the Iron grew purple in the face, and he almost swallowed his tongue through wrath. "Until the end of eternity," he roared, "and until the very last moment of doom, I will not move 1 foot in a race with this greasy, big-hoofed, ill-assembled resemblance of a beggar-man." But at this, the Carl burst into a roar of laughter, so that the eardrums of the warriors present almost burst inside of their heads. "Be reassured, my darling. I am no beggar-man, and my quality is not more gross than is the blood of the most delicate prince in this assembly. You will not evade your challenge in that way, my love, and you shall run with me, or you shall run to your ship with me behind you. What length of course do you propose, dear heart?" "I never run less than 60 miles, Cale replied sullenly. "It is a small run," said the Carl, "but it will do. From this place to the Hill of the Rushes, Slive Luacra of Munster, is exactly 60 miles. Will that suit you?" "I don't care how it is done," Cale answered. "Then," said the Carl, "we may go off to Slieve Luacra now, and in the morning We can start our race there to here." "Let it be done that way," said Cale. These two set out then for Munster, and as the sun was setting, they reached Slieve Luachra and prepared to spend the night there. "Cale, my pulse," said the carl. "We had better build a house or a hut to pass the night in." "I'll build nothing," Cale replied, looking on the carl with great disfavour. "No, I won't build house or hut for the sake of passing one night here, for I hope never to see this place again." "I'll build a house myself," said the carl, "and the man who does not help in the building can stay outside of the house." The carl stumped to a nearby wood, and he never rested until he had felled and tied together 24 couples of big timber. He thrust these under one arm, and under the other he tucked a bundle of rushes for his bed, and with that one load he rushed up a house well thatched and snug, and with the timber that remained over he made a bonfire on the floor of the house. His companion sat at a distance regarding the work with rage and aversion. "Now, Cale, my darling," said the carl, "if you are a man, help me to look for something to eat, for there is game here." "Help yourself," roared Cale, "for all that I want is not to be near you." "The tooth that does not help gets no helping," the other replied. In a short time, the carl returned with a wild boar which he had run down. He cooked the beast over his bonfire and ate one half of it, leaving the other half for his breakfast. Then he lay down on the rushes, and in 2 turns he fell asleep. But Cale lay out on the side of the hill, and if he went to sleep that night he slept fasting. It was he, however, who awakened the carl in the morning. "Get up, beggar man, if you are going to run against me." The carl rubbed his eyes. "I never get up until I have had my fill of sleep, and there is another hour of it due to me. But if you are in a hurry, my delight, you can start running now with a blessing. I will trot on your track when I waken up." Cale began to race then, and he was glad of the start, for his antagonist made so little account of him that he did not know what to expect when the carl would begin to run. "Yet," said Cale to himself, "with an hour's start, the beggar man will have to move his bones if he wants to catch on me." And he settled down to a good, pelting race. At the end of an hour, the carl awoke. He ate the second half of the boar, and he tied the unpicked bones in the tail of his coat. Then, with a great rattling of the boar's bones, he started. It is hard to tell how he ran, or at what speed he ran, but he went forward in great 2-legged jumps, and at times moved in immense 1-legged mud-spattering hops, and at times again with wide-stretched, far-flung, terrible tramping, space-destroying legs he ran. He left the swallows behind as if they were asleep. He caught up on a red deer, jumped over it, and left it standing. The wind was always behind him, for he outran it every time, and he caught up in jumps and bounces on Cale of the Iron. Although Cale was running well, with his fists up and his head back, and his 2 legs flying in and out so vigorously that you could not see them, because of that speedy movement. Trotting by the side of Cale, the carl thrust a hand into the tail of his coat and pulled out a fistful of red bones. "Here, my heart, is a meaty bone," said he, "for you fasted all night, poor friend, and if you pick a bit off the bone, your stomach will get a rest." "Keep your filth, beggar man," the other replied, "for I would rather be hanged than gnaw on a bone that you have browsed." "Why don't you run, my pulse?" said the carl earnestly. "Why don't you try to win the race?" Cale then began to move his limbs as if they were the wings of a fly, or the fins of a little fish, or as if they were the 6 legs of a terrified spider. "I am running," he gasped. "But try and run like this," the carl admonished, and he gave a wriggling bound and a sudden outstretching and scurrying of shanks, and he disappeared from Cale's sight in one wild spatter of big boots. Despair fell on Cale of the Iron, but he had a great heart. "I will run until I burst," he shrieked. "And when I burst, may I burst to a great distance, and may I trip that beggar man up with my burstings and make him break his leg." He settled then to a determined, savage, implacable trot. He caught up on the carle at last, for the latter had stopped to eat blackberries from the bushes on the road, and when he drew nigh, Cale began to jeer and sneer angrily at the carle. "Who lost the tails of his coat?" he roared. "Don't ask riddles of a man that's eating blackberries," the carle rebuked him. "The dog without a tool and the coat without a tail," cried Cale. "I give it up," the carle mumbled. "It's yourself, beggar man," jeered Cale. "I am myself," the carle gurgled through a mouthful of blackberries. "And as I am myself, how can it be myself? That is a silly riddle," he burbled. "Look at your coat, tub of grease." The carle did so. "My faith," said he, "where are the two tails of my coat?" "I could smell one of them, and it wrapped around a little tree 30 miles back," said Cale. "And the other one was dishonouring a bush 10 miles behind that." "It is bad luck to be separated from the tails of your own coat," the carle grumbled. "I'll have to go back for them. Wait here, beloved, and eat blackberries until I come back, and we'll both start fair." "Not half a second will I wait," Cale replied, and he began to run towards Ben Adair, as a lover runs to his maiden, or as a bee flies to his hive. "I haven't had half my share of blackberries either," the carle lamented, as he started to run backwards for his coattails. He ran determinedly on that backward journey, and as the path he had travelled was beaten out as if it had been trampled by 100 bulls yoked neck to neck, he was able to find the 2 bushes and the 2 coattails. He sewed them on his coat. Then he sprang up, and he took to a fit and a vortex, and an exasperation of running for which no description may be found. The thumping of his big boots grew as continuous as the pattering of hailstones on a roof, and the wind of his passage blew trees down. The beasts that were ranging beside his path dropped dead from concussion, and the steam that snored from his nose blew birds into bits and made great lumps of cloud fall out of the sky. He again caught up on Cale, who was running with his head down and his toes up. "If you won't try to run, my treasure," said the carle, "you will never get your tribute." And with that, he incensed and exploded himself into an eye-blinding, continuous waggle and complexity of boots that left Cale behind him in a flash. "I will run until I burst," sobbed Cale, and he screwed agitation and despair into his legs until he hummed and buzzed like a blue bottle on a window. 5 miles from Ben Adair, the carle stopped, for he had again come among blackberries. He ate of these until he was no more than a sack of juice, and when he heard the humming and buzzing of Cale of the Iron, he mourned and lamented that he could not wait to eat his fill. He took off his coat, stuffed it full of blackberries, swung it on his shoulders, and went bounding stoutly and nimbly for Ben Adair. It would be hard to tell of the terror that was in Fune's breast and in the hearts of the Fianna while they attended the conclusion of that race. They discussed it unendingly, and at some moment of the day a man upbraided Fune because he had not found Kelta the son of Ronan, as had been agreed on. "There is no one can run like Kelt," one man averred. "He covers the ground," said another. "He is light as a feather, swift as a stag, lunged like a bull, legged like a wolf. He runs." These things were said to Fune, and Fune said these things to himself. With every passing minute, a drop of lead thumped down into every heart, and a pang of despair stabbed up to every brain. "Go," said Fune to a hawk-eyed man. "Go to the top of this hill and watch for the coming of the racers." And he sent lithe men with him, so that they might run back in endless succession with the news. The messengers began to run through his tent at minute intervals, calling "Nothing, nothing, nothing," as they paused and darted away. And the words "nothing, nothing, nothing" began to drowse into the brains of every person present. "What can we hope from that, Carl?" a champion demanded savagely. "Nothing," cried a messenger who stood and sped. "A clump," cried a champion. "A hog," said another. "A flat-footed, little wounded, big-bellied, lazy-boned, pork." Did you think, Fune, that a whale could swim on land? Or what did you imagine that lump could do? "Nothing," cried a messenger, and was sped as he spoke. Rage began to gnaw in Fune's soul, and a red haze danced and flickered before his eyes. His hands began to twitch, and a desire crept over him to seize on champions by the neck, and to shake and worry and rage among them like a wild dog raging among sheep. He looked on one, and yet he seemed to look on all at once. "Be silent," he growled. "Let each man be silent as a dead man." And he sat forward, seeing all, seeing none, with his mouth drooping open, and such a wildness and bristle lowering from that great glum brow that the champions shivered as though already in the chill of death, and were silent. He rose and stalked to the tent door. "Where to, O Fune?" said a champion humbly. "To the hilltop," said Fune, and he stalked on. They followed him, whispering among themselves, keeping their eyes on the ground as they climbed. "What do you see?" Fune demanded of the watcher. "Nothing," that man replied. "Look again," said Fune. The eagle-eyed man lifted a face, thin and sharp as though it had been carven on the wind, and he stared forward with an immobile intentness. "What do you see?" said Fune. "Nothing," the man replied. "I will look myself," said Fune, and his great brow bent forward and gloomed afar. The watcher stood beside, staring with his tense face and unwinking, lidless eye. "What can you see, O Fune?" said the watcher. "I can see nothing," said Fune, and he projected again his grim, gaunt forehead. For it seemed as if the watcher stared with his whole face, eye, and with his hands. But Fune brooded weightedly on distance with his puckered and crannied brow. They looked again. "What can you see?" said Fune. "I see nothing," said the watcher. "I do not know if I see or if I surmise, but something moves," said Fune. "There is a trample," he said. The watcher became then an eye, a rigidity, an intense outthrusting and ransacking of thin-spun distance. At last he spoke. "There is a dust," he said. And at that the champions gazed also, straining hungrily afar, until their eyes became filled with a blue darkness, and they could no longer see even the things that were close to them. "I," cried Conan triumphantly, "I see a dust." "And I," cried another. "And I see a man," said the eagle-eyed watcher. And again they stared, until their straining eyes grew dim with tears and winks, and they saw trees that stood up and sat down, and fields that wobbled and spun round and round in a giddily swirling world. "There is a man," Conan roared. "A man there is," cried another. "And he is carrying a man on his back," said the watcher. "It is Cale of the Iron carrying the Carl on his back," he groaned. "The great pork," a man gritted. "The no good," sobbed another. "The lean-hearted, thick-thighed, ramshackle, muddle-headed." "Hog," screamed a champion, and he beat his fist angrily against a tree. But the eagle-eyed watcher watched until his eyes narrowed and became pinpoints, and he ceased to be a man and became an optic. "Wait," he breathed. "Wait until I screw into one other inch of sight." And they waited, looking no longer on that scarcely perceptible speck in the distance, but straining upon the eye of the watcher as though they would penetrate it and look through it. "It is the carle," he said, carrying something on his back, and behind him again there is a dust. "Are you sure?" said Fune in a voice that rumbled and vibrated like thunder. "It is the carle," said the watcher, "and the dust behind him is Cale of the Iron trying to catch him up." Then the Fianna gave a roar of exultation, and each man seized his neighbour and kissed him on both cheeks. And they gripped hands about Fune, and they danced round and round in a great circle, roaring with laughter and relief, in the ecstasy which only comes where grisly fear has been, and whence that bony jowl has taken itself away. The carle of the drab coat came bumping and stumping and clumping into the camp, and was surrounded by a multitude that adored him and hailed him with tears. "Meal," he bawled, "meal for the love of the stars." And he bawled, "Meal, meal," until he bawled everybody into silence. Fune addressed him. "What for the meal, dear heart?" "For the inside of my mouth," said the carle, "for the recesses and crannies and deep down profundities of my stomach. Meal, meal," he lamented. Meal was brought. The carle put his coat on the ground, opened it carefully, and revealed a store of blackberries, squashed, crushed, mangled, democratic, ill-looking. "The meal," he groaned, "the meal." It was given to him. "What of the race, my pulse?" said Fune. "Wait, wait," cried the carle. I die for meal and blackberries." Into the centre of the mess of blackberries he discharged a barrel of meal, and bemixed the two up and through, and round and down, until the pile of white-black, red-brown slibber-slobber reached up to his shoulders. Then he commenced to pour and impel and project and cram the mixture into his mouth, and between each mouthful he sighed a contented sigh, and during every mouthful he gurgled an oozy gurgle. But while Fune and the Fianna stared like lost minds upon the carle, there came a sound of buzzing, as if a hornet or a queen of the wasps or a savage, steep-winged griffin was hovering about them, and looking away, they saw Cale of the Iron charging on them with a monstrous extension and scurry of his legs. He had a sword in his hand, and there was nothing in his face but redness and ferocity. Fear fell lignite around the Fianna, and they stood with slack knees and hanging hands waiting for death. But the carle lifted a pawful of his oozy slop, and discharged this at Cale with such a smash that the man's head spun off his shoulders and hopped along the ground. The carle then picked up the head and threw it at the body with such aim and force that the neck part of the head jammed into the neck part of the body and stuck there, as good a head as ever, you would have said, but that it bad got twisted the wrong way round. The carle then lashed his opponent hand and foot. "Now, dear heart, do you still claim tribute and lordship of Ireland?" said he. "Let me go home," groaned Cale. "I want to go home." "Swear by the sun and moon, if I let you go home, that you will send to Fune, yearly and every year, the rent of the land of Thessaly." "I swear that," said Cale, "and I would swear anything to get home." The carle lifted him then, and put him sitting into his ship. Then he raised his big boot, and gave the boat a kick that drove it 7 leagues out into the sea. And that was how the adventure of Cale of the Iron finished. "Who are you, sir?" said Fune to the carle. But before answering, the carle's shape changed into one of splendour and delight. "I am ruler of the Shire of Rath Cruachan," he said. Then Fune MacWhale made a feast and a banquet for the jovial god, and with that the tale is ended of the king of Thessaly's son, and the carle of the drab coat, the enchanted cave of Kesh Coran. Fune MacWhale was the most prudent chief of an army in the world, but he was not always prudent on his own account. Discipline sometimes irked him, and he would then take any opportunity that presented for an adventure. For he was not only a soldier, he was a poet also, that is, a man of science, and whatever was strange or unusual had an irresistible attraction for him. Such a soldier was he that, single-handed, he could take the Fianna out of any hole they got into. But such an inveterate poet was he that all the Fianna together could scarcely retrieve him from the abysses into which he tumbled. It took him to keep the Fianna safe, but it took all the Fianna to keep their captain out of danger. They did not complain of this, for they loved every hair of Fion's head more than they loved their wives and children, and that was reasonable, for there was never in the world a person more worthy of love than Fion was. Goll MacMorna did not admit so much in words, but he admitted it in all his actions, for although he never lost an opportunity of killing a member of Fion's family, there was deadly feud between Clan Baisna and Clan Morna. Yet a call from Fion brought Goll raging to his assistance like a lion that rages tenderly by his mate. Not even a call was necessary, for Goll felt in his heart when Fion was threatened, and he would leave Fion's own brother only half killed to fly where his arm was wanted. He was never thanked, of course, for although Fion loved Goll, he did not like him, and that was how Goll felt towards Fion. Fion, with Conan the Swearer and the dogs Bran and Sheolan, was sitting on the hunting mound at the top of Kesh Coran. Below and around on every side the Fianna were beating the coverts in Legny and Breffni, ranging the fastnesses of Glendallan, creeping in the nut and beech forests of Carberry, spying among the woods of Kyle Connor, and ranging the wide plain of Moy Connell. The great captain was happy. His eyes were resting on the sights he liked best: the sunlight of a clear day, the waving trees, the pure sky, and the lovely movement of the earth. And his ears were filled with delectable sounds: the baying of eager dogs, the clear calling of young men, the shrill whistling that came from every side, and each sound of which told a definite thing about the hunt. There was also the plunge and scurry of the deer, the yapping of badgers, and the whir of birds driven into reluctant flight. Now the king of the Shire of Kesh Coran, Corran, son of Imidel, was also watching the hunt, but Fion did not see him, for we cannot see the people of Faerie until we enter their realm, and Fion was not thinking of Faerie at that moment. Corran did not like Fion, and seeing that the great champion was alone, save for Conan and the two hounds Bran and Sheolan, he thought the time had come to get Fion into his power. We do not know what Fion had done to Corran, but it must have been bad enough, for the king of the Shire of Kesh Coran was filled with joy at the sight of Fion thus close to him, thus unprotected, thus unsuspicious. This Corran had 4 daughters. He was fond of them and proud of them, but if one were to search the sheaves of Ireland or the land of Ireland, the equal of these 4 would not be found for ugliness and bad humour and twisted temperaments. Their hair was black as ink and tough as wire. It stuck up and poked out and hung down about their heads in bushes and spikes and tangles. Their eyes were bleary and red. Their mouths were black and twisted, and in each of these mouths there was a hedge of curved yellow fangs. They had long, scraggy necks that could turn all the way round like the neck of a hen. Their arms were long and skinny and muscular, and at the end of each finger they had a spiked nail that was as hard as horn and as sharp as a briar. Their bodies were covered with a bristle of hair and fur and fluff, so that they looked like dogs in some parts and like cats in others, and in other parts again they looked like chickens. They had moustaches poking under their noses and woolly wads growing out of their ears, so that when you looked at them the first time you never wanted to look at them again. and if you had to look at them a second time, you were likely to die of the sight. They were called Cevog, Cuilen, and Yaran. The fourth daughter, Ianach, was not present at that moment, so nothing need be said of her yet. Corran called these three to him. "Fune is alone," said he. "Fune is alone, my treasures." "Ah," said Cevog, and her jaw crunched upwards and stuck outwards, as was usual with her when she was satisfied. "When the chance comes, take it," Corran continued, and he smiled a black, beetle-browed, unbenevolent smile. "It's a good word," quoth Cuilen, and she swung her jaw loose and made it waggle up and down, for that was the way she smiled. "And here is the chance," her father added. "The chance is here," Yaran echoed, with a smile that was very like her sister's, only that it was worse, and the wen that grew on her nose joggled to and fro and did not get its balance again for a long time. Then they smiled a smile that was agreeable to their own eyes, but which would have been a deadly thing for anybody else to see. "But Fune cannot see us," Cevog objected, and her brow set downwards, and her chin set upwards, and her mouth squeezed sidewards, so that her face looked like a badly disappointed nut. "And we are worth seeing," Cuilen continued, and the disappointment that was set in her sister's face got carved and twisted into hers, but it was worse in her case. "That is the truth," said Yaran in a voice of lamentation, and her face took on a gnarl and a writhe, and a solidity of ugly woe that beat the other two, and made even her father marvel. "He cannot see us now," Corran replied, "but he will see us in a minute." "Won't Fune be glad when he sees us?" said the three sisters. And then they joined hands and danced joyfully around their father, and they sang a song, the first line of which is, "Fune thinks he is safe, but who knows when the sky will fall." Lots of the people in the shire learned that song by heart, and they applied it to every kind of circumstance. By his arts, Corran changed the sight of Fune's eyes, and he did the same for Conan. In a few minutes, Fune stood up from his place on the mound. Everything was about him as before, and he did not know that he had gone into fairy. He walked for a minute up and down the hillock. Then, as by chance, he stepped down the sloping end of the mound and stood with his mouth open, staring. He cried out, "Come down here, Conan, my darling." Conan stepped down to him. "Am I dreaming?" Fune demanded, and he stretched out his finger before him. "If you are dreaming," said Conan, "I'm dreaming too. They weren't here a minute ago," he stammered. Fune looked up at the sky and found that it was still there. He stared to one side and saw the trees of Kyle Connor waving in the distance. He bent his ear to the wind and heard the shouting of hunters, the yapping of dogs, and the clear whistles which told how the hunt was going. "Well," said Fune to himself. "By my hand," quoth Conan to his own soul. And the two men stared into the hillside as though what they were looking at was too wonderful to be looked away from. "Who are they?" said Fune. "What are they?" Conan gasped, and they stared again, for there was a great hole like a doorway in the side of the mound, and in that doorway the daughters of Corran sat spinning. They had 3 crooked sticks of holly set up before the cave, and they were reeling yarn off these, but it was enchantment they were weaving. "One could not call them handsome," said Conan. "One could," Fune replied, "but it would not be true." "I cannot see them properly," Fune complained. "They are hiding behind the holly." "I would be contented if I could not see them at all," his companion grumbled. But the chief insisted. "I want to make sure that it is whiskers they are wearing." "Let them wear whiskers or not wear them," Conan counseled, "but let us have nothing to do with them." "One must not be frightened of anything," Fune stated. "I am not frightened," Conan explained. "I only want to keep my good opinion of women, and if the three yonder are women, then I feel sure I shall begin to dislike females from this minute out." "Come on, my love," said Fune, "for I must find out if these whiskers are true." He strode resolutely into the cave. He pushed the branches of holly aside and marched up to Conoran's daughters, with Conan behind him. The instant they passed the holly, a strange weakness came over the heroes. Their fists seemed to grow heavy as lead and went dingle-dangle at the ends of their arms. Their legs became as light as straws and began to bend in and out. Their necks became too delicate to hold anything up, so that their heads wibbled and wobbled from side to side. "What's wrong at all?" said Conan, as he tumbled to the ground. "Everything is," Fune replied, and he tumbled beside him. The three sisters then tied the heroes with every kind of loop and twist and knot that could be thought of. "Those are whiskers," said Fune. "Alas," said Conan. "What a place you must hunt whiskers in," he mumbled savagely. "Who wants whiskers?" he groaned. But Fune was thinking of other things. "If there was any way of warning the Fianna not to come here," Fune murmured. "There is no way, my darling," said Kevo, and she smiled a smile that would have killed Fune, only that he shut his eyes in time. After a moment he murmured again, "Conan, my dear love, give the warning whistle so that the Fianna will keep out of this place." A little woof, like the sound that would be made by a baby and it asleep, came from Conan. "Fune," said he, "there isn't a whistle in me." "We are done for," said he. "You are done for indeed," said Queen, and she smiled a hairy and twisty and fangy smile that almost finished Conan. By that time, some of the Fianna had returned to the mound to see why Bran and Sheolan were barking so outrageously. They saw the cave and went into it, but no sooner had they passed the holly branches than their strength went from them, and they were seized and bound by the vicious hags. Little by little, all the members of the Fianna returned to the hill, and each of them was drawn into the cave, and each was bound by the sisters. Oisin and Oscar and Maclugach came, with the nobles of Clan Baisne, and with those of Clan Corran and Clan Small. They all came, and they were all bound. It was a wonderful sight, and a great deed, this binding of the Fianna, and the three sisters laughed with a joy that was terrible to hear and was almost death to see. As the men were captured, they were carried by the hags into dark, mysterious holes and black, perplexing labyrinths. "Here is another one," cried Kevo, as she bundled a trust champion along. "This one is fat," said Queen, and she rolled a bulky Fenian along like a wheel. "Here," said Yaren, "is a love of a man. One could eat this kind of man," she murmured, and she licked a lip that had whiskers growing inside as well as out. And the corded champion whimpered in her arms, for he did not know but eating might indeed be his fate, and he would have preferred to be coffined anywhere in the world rather than to be coffined inside of that face. So far for them. Within the cave there was silence, except for the voices of the hags and the scarcely audible moaning of the Fianna Finn. But without there was a dreadful uproar, for as each man returned from the chase, his dogs came with him, and although the men went into the cave, the dogs did not. They were too wise. They stood outside, filled with savagery and terror, for they could scent their masters and their masters' danger, and perhaps they could get from the cave smells till then unknown and full of alarm. From the troop of dogs there arose a baying and barking, a snarling and howling and growling, a yelping and squealing and bawling for which no words can be found. Now and again, a dog nosed among 1,000 smells and scented his master. The ruff of his neck stood up like a hog's bristles, and a netty ridge prickled along his spine. Then with red eyes, with bared fangs, with a hoarse deep snort and growl, he rushed at the cave, and then he halted and sneaked back again, with all his ruffles smoothed, his tail between his legs, his eyes screwed sideways in miserable apology and alarm, and a long, thin whine of woe dribbling out of his nose. The three sisters took their wide-channeled, hard-tempered swords in their hands and prepared to slay the Fianna. But before doing so, they gave one more look from the door of the cave to see if there might be a straggler of the Fianna who was escaping death by straggling, and they saw one coming towards them with Bran and Seolan leaping beside him, while all the other dogs began to burst their throats with barks and split their noses with snorts and wag their tails off at sight of the tall, valiant, white-toothed champion, Golmor MacMorna. "We will kill that one first," said Kevo. "There is only one of him," said Quillen. "And each of us three is the match for 100, said Yaran. The uncanny, misbehaved and outrageous Harridans advanced then to meet the son of Morna, and when he saw these three, Gol whipped the sword from his thigh, swung his buckler round, and got to them in 10 great leaps. Silence fell on the world during that conflict. The wind went down, the clouds stood still, the old hill itself held its breath. The warriors within ceased to be men and became each an ear, and the dogs sat in a vast circle round the combatants, with their heads all to one side, their noses poked forward, their mouths half open, and their tails forgotten. Now and again a dog whined in a whisper and snapped a little snap on the air, but except for that there was neither sound nor movement. It was a long fight. It was a hard and a tricky fight, and Gol won it by bravery and strategy and great good luck. For with one shrewd slice of his blade, he carved 2 of these mighty termagants into equal halves, so that there were noses and whiskers to his right hand and knees, and toes to his left. And that stroke was known afterwards as one of the 3 great sword strokes of Ireland. The third hag, however, had managed to get behind Gol, and she leaped onto his back with the bound of a panther, and hung here with the skillful, many-legged, tight-twisted clutching of a spider. But the great champion gave a twist of his hips and a swing of his shoulders that whirled her around him like a sack. He got her on the ground and tied her hands with the straps of a shield, and he was going to give her the last blow when she appealed to his honor and bravery. "I put my life under your protection," said she, "and if you let me go free, I will lift the enchantment from the Fianna Finn and will give them all back to you again." "I agree to that," said Gol, and he untied her straps. The Harridan did as she had promised, and in a short time, Fune and Oisin and Oscar and Conan were released, and after that, all the Fianna were released. As each man came out of the cave, he gave a jump and a shout. The courage of the world went into him, and he felt that he could fight 20. But while they were talking over the adventure and explaining how it had happened, a vast figure strode over the side of the hill and descended among them. It was Conoran's 4th daughter. If the other 3 had been terrible to look on, this one was more terrible than the 3 together. She was clad in iron plate, and she had a wicked sword by her side and a knobby club in her hand. She halted by the bodies of her sisters, and bitter tears streamed down into her beard. "Alas, my sweet ones," said she, "I am too late." And then she stared fiercely at Fune. "I demand a combat," she roared. "It is your right," said Fune. He turned to his son. "Oisin, my heart, kill me this honorable hag." But for the only time in his life, Oisin shrank from a combat. "I cannot do it," he said. "I feel too weak." Fune was astounded. "Oscar," he said, "will you kill me this great hag?" Oscar stammered miserably. I would not be able to, he said. Conan also refused, and so did Celtamacronan and Maclugach, for there was no man there but was terrified by the sight of that mighty and valiant harridan. Fune rose to his feet. I will take this combat myself, he said sternly. And he swung his buckler forward and stretched his right hand to the sword. But at that terrible sight, Gol May Morna blushed deeply and leaped from the ground. No, no, he cried. No, my soul, Fune. This would not be a proper combat for you. I take this fight. You have done your share, Gol, said the captain. I should finish the fight I began, Gol continued, for it was I who killed the two sisters of this valiant hag, and it is against me the feud lies. That will do for me, said the horrible daughter of Conaran. I will kill Gol Mor Macmorna first, and after that I will kill Fune, and after that I will kill every Fenian of the Fianna Fin. You may begin, Gol, said Fune, and I give you my blessing. Gol then strode forward to the fight, and the hag moved against him with equal alacrity. In a moment, the heavens rang to the clash of swords on bucklers. It was hard to withstand the terrific blows of that mighty female, for her sword played with the quickness of lightning and smote like the heavy crashing of a storm. But into that din and encirclement, Gol pressed and ventured, steady as a rock in water, agile as a creature of the sea, and when one of the combatants retreated, it was the hag that gave backwards. As her foot moved, a great shout of joy rose from the Fianna. A snarl went over the huge face of the monster, and she leaped forward again. But she met Gol's point in the road. It went through her, and in another moment Gol took her head from its shoulders and swung it on high before Fune. As the Fianna turned homewards, Fune spoke to his great champion, an enemy. Gol, he said, I have a daughter. A lovely girl, a blossom of the dawn, said Gol. Would she please you as a wife? The chief demanded. She would please me, said Gol. She is your wife, said Fune. But that did not prevent Gol from killing Fune's brother Caerel later on, nor did it prevent Fune from killing Gol later on again, and the last did not prevent Gol from rescuing Fune out of hell when the Fianna Fin were sent there under the new god. Nor is there any reason to complain or to be astonished at these things, for it is a mutual world we live in, a give and take world, and there is no great harm in it.